Strategic Plan Committee, the Transportation, and various committees. And they've all asked how we're doing. I don't know if you guys are getting the same questions or not, but they seem to know who I am because I see them in other parts of my volunteering in the city. And I've told them I think we have one of the best committees. It's the most diverse, and you guys have had such good comments through this whole process. And I think we've put together what I feel is a good draft. And how we found that out was when the strategic plan draft came out, it almost mirrored ours. So, you know, great minds think alike. We all kind of have the same ideas for the growth and the future of Goodyear. One thing I'd like to do, though, is encourage everyone to try not to miss any more meetings as we close in on this draft. And if you do, it's going to be your responsibility to go online and look up the meeting and listen to it. And if you have any comments or problems with it, or as Leslie says, if it's giving you a heart attack, one thing in there, then bring that up pretty soon. We've been telling you, Katie and Leslie, that there's room for changes in our draft up to a certain point. But to be honest with you, once we put the draft out there, I would like the changes to be, or any changes to be from other committees that have a problem with something we put in there, or the council, if they come back and say, well, we can't do this because of legal, blah, 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 whatever. But I just hope that at that point, we're all on board with it and are happy with what we've put together and ready to support it. Now, once it goes out, that's another time that you're all going to have a chance to go to your various HOA meetings and talk about the plan and make your neighbors aware of it, because eventually it's going to be on the ballot. So we still have some work to do, but up till now, I think everybody's done a great job. And I just want to encourage everyone to go through the books that Katie gave us and all the paperwork we've had. And if there's any issues, late-minute issues, we need to address them in January. We're having these, is it 5 different meetings, Katie? Yeah. In January. So if there's anything in there that, like Leslie says, is giving you a heart attack, bring it up in January. I think we've all been pretty, you know, we have had disagreements, but I think it's the concession is that we're all pretty much on the same page on what we put together thus far. And I applaud you. This has been a very fun and educated committee to be involved with. And now under new business, I'd like to turn the floor over to Katie to discuss the draft of the general plan.
So, hi everybody. We've been going through the process, and over the past couple of meetings, we've all talked about making sure that all the ideas that we talked about through these months are in the plan. And in January, we're going to have the tables, the round tables where folks come and review it. And as we were talking, Katie and I were talking, we thought, you know, it's kind of tough to just come to a table and sit around and look at people, you know, to do the review. So what we were thinking is that as you read through this plan, there's so much in it, and there's so much to think about, that we would put together a review guide. But rather than us telling you what you should look for, we're asking you to tell each other what's important to look for. So the way we thought we would do it is just take a little time now, and you don't have to use cards, because we're going to write this down, or we want to write it, because Katie's going to type it. We're going to ask each one of you to say what's important to think about as we go through the plan. So So nobody gets to pass on this, because you're all around the table for a reason. So this is sort of, just speak now, forever hold your peace music. And you can say whatever you want. It can be as, specific or vague or, um, advocacy oriented as you want. Because this really is the time to recommend to the committee members what's important to think about for this document as Goodyear rolls forward.
And just to give you more time to think about it, I did hand out this thing that I titled with you guys. So it's kind of a start. And there's information about the January meetings on the front, so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew. We're going to meet at the other building. It's just behind this one. It's where we met before we went on the public facilities tour. And we're called the Development Services Department, but it says Community Development on top of the door. But it's literally just the building right behind us, and I'll put out signs so we can all find it. All the meetings start at 6:30, and then I have the list of meetings and topics there for you. And then on the back, this was, I think Brandon gave this to me. It was a suggestion on how to look at objectives and goals using SMART. So I went ahead and put that in. Wasn't moving on to that. Now I'm giving it to you, so it's just a neat little way to look at goals.
And after we go around the table, Katie's going to run through it. You're going to run through the table?
Yeah, after this.
Okay, after we go around the table, just to get your feet wet, sort of, Katie's going to go through all the goals in the plan. So the other part of that is, as Katie's going through it, and you've heard all the ideas around the table, hopefully it will trigger you to say, okay, I really want to spend some extra time here, or I want to spend some extra time there. So we're trying to just give you your first blush of the review process tonight in a fairly limited amount of time. Any questions? You guys ready? Anybody not ready? Okay. Who wants to start? We can start at either. Oh, you know what? I'm going to start with Chuck.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think one of the most important things is to attract new businesses to Goodyear. And it's kind of a trickle-down effect. If you have new businesses with decent paying jobs, you will attract people to work those jobs, which means growth. That means people buying houses and renting apartments and spending their money in Goodyear. Also, we've talked about, and this goes right along with business, we want to attract higher education, more higher education to Goodyear, and to keep our families here and not have our kids going off to other places because they can earn better livings. And so with attracting new businesses and higher paying jobs, and a higher education, that will help keep our people here as well in the future.
Okay, so when you read through the plan, I'm going to summarize it. As you guys put your ideas out, make sure what Katie typed is is important to you. What you're basically saying is you read through the plan, make sure that there's enough strategies to talk about bringing in new business, economic development, and promoting higher education.
Right.
Okay, Ted, can I make you go next?
Sure.
Okay.
I guess I would say that as we look at the plan, we need to focus on being visionary. In other words, not thinking too myopically, but instead the plan needs to be the bridge to what we want it to be, the city to be. So that type of a vision is not now, it's what can we be, what should we be in the future. So everything must be cohesive, must interrelate and support.
Okay, so you want as people read through it, make sure the big ideas are there. Okay. Mark?
I suggest we remember that we are making a plan for a dozen years into the future, till 2025. And city councils come and go, city departments come and go, strategic plans come and go. This is our opportunity as citizens to define what we want those people throughout those years to do with our city. And I think we need to be as specific as is appropriate, because saying city council make a policy, you may as well not say anything.
So what you're saying is as you go through the plan, make sure that the people that read it that didn't write it, like the town
guidance to the current city and the future city officials, and we should view it as that, not restating something that exists now.
Okay, that's good, okay. Okay,
What I would say is as we work toward identifying the identity of Goodyear as a city, we not lose track of the history of the city, and that would be an important point to look at whenever we identify something. Where did it start and how did it get there? And not forget those history lessons that have been learned already in the city of Goodyear.
so make sure it's respectful of the past and learn from the past as we go to the future.
I think we need to make sure that the plan helps Goodyear withstand the future by shepherding our resources and personnel.
What do you mean you say withstand?
To ensure that as the future meets shocks and changes, that the city of Goodyear is stable enough to go through and level itself out through them and make sure that it continues to survive and thrive.
Okay. So it's sort of proactive and kind of strategic. in
Or
that
give us
way.
a strong enough base to simply weather.
Okay. Weather the storm. That is a good tone.
I think as I'm reviewing the chapters, or as we all go through and review the plan in January next month, I'm going to be paying attention and looking towards making sure that the community is unified as a whole, so that as this general plan moves forward for the next 10 plus years, we're looking to make sure this community is unified in what we do, and we're not separating or segregating ourselves within different stereotypes or different social aspects. And part of that, I believe, is also looking around us and outside of the community to using their resources to make sure that we can build off of those as a unified community.
Okay, so making sure the plan really promotes Goodyear as a whole and not individual entities and it's not divided anything. A unified
A
value.
unified community.
Okay. Brandon?
Yeah, I would say, be looking at economic, technology, and economic development, for good economic base, and then also community development as well.
So could we combine that comment with Chuck's comment? Are you
Yeah,
good with
sure.
that?
He's
Go ahead.
so much.
Okay.
I'll combine with Brandon.
Yeah, you'll let Brandon know I did.
Either way, it doesn't.
Yeah, a lot of the good stuff's already taken. I was kind of going back with the history. I think history plays a big part as well as vision of the future, and I think both of those kind of go hand in hand and just narrowing down an identity that we want the city to have. And we're, as Chuck said, we're all very diverse. I think we can start to really form an identity for the city and the plan.
Okay, so making sure really speaks to what Goodyear is and the kind of who it is in the city. Okay, George? Thank you.
I think that we have to keep in the back of our minds as we're reading this that the document is not a zoning map. It's not set, so we have to be flexible, regardless of how well we or the staff plans. There's always going to be an instance or a case that something's going to come up, something new, something unique, something we haven't thought about. And we've got to, the plan has to be able to encourage that and allow both the staff, the council, the property owners to maneuver within it to bring something that would, that would be desirable. You can't limit what may happen in the future. It's got to be flexible.
So you don't want to really limit innovation.
No.
All the good ideas are being taken. No, a little bit. They can hear me, my God.
What?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm piggybacking a little bit on what Mark was saying and what George was saying. I mean, the document provides guidance, provides direction of where we want to go. But again, as George says, I mean, collectively, this is our thoughts today. Tomorrow, things could change. And so it needs to have some flexibility in the implementation or someplace in here to have the flexibility to meet unforeseen circumstances. And a lot of times, unfortunately, the changes only gets made by basically, developers or
take these guidelines that can, that we can sustain so that we can have a community that we can have all these amenities that we talk about. But also with George, I think to myself, you know, it's very important to have a kind of a mixture of, of homes, apartments, condos, of retail, so that we don't develop dead zones. Because I think that dead zones are where people get into trouble, we get, you know, we have mischievous kids, and so that that whole thing is kind of like very important, the when I look at Goodyear. How we can utilize the space for everybody, for business, for housing, for recreation, and have it kind of all mixed in together.
So that the plan creates communities that are, the plan promotes mixing uses and
Right.
diverse communities.
Because
Really
at
does.
5 o'clock, you
Right.
know, everybody goes home, so now you have this dead zone, and so you have people that, you know, you want to utilize the property,
Okay,
is what you, is that kind of, oh,
look at that. Is that working? All right, Phyllis.
Okay, since mine got taken too, I found a new one. I'd say I love our important vision statement that says to create a highly desirable and sustainable place for all to live, work, visit, and play. I mean, that's what it's all about, is to make Goodyear a city that everybody wants to do that in. If they don't want to go somewhere else, they can stay here.
So does the plan really accomplish the vision, is what you're
I think
thinking
we're
about?
getting there.
Okay.
I really do.
David?
The reason I'm on this committee is because nobody has mentioned the word about the arts or culture. And to me, that's what really defines a city, along with its economic growth, its educational opportunities, and so forth. So I hope that you will ferret out opportunities where Goodyear can become a magnet for the arts and for West Valley. I see it as the center for West Valley. No other city is stepping up. Goodyear has an opportunity to really define itself in a unique way.
So does the plan make Goodyear the leader in arts and culture?
Exactly. Perfectly said.
Okay.
ditto, everybody. I was gonna say exactly what Phyllis said.
I think you wouldn't tell me the other
I
day.
did.
Yeah, you know, and so I'll just say that, as we focus, I think everybody wants growth, and as we focus on our growth, that we don't lose the sense of community that Goodyear has. Like, still keep the small city mentality in a big city.
So does the plan really keep Goodyear unique and keep Goodyear bigger? Okay, Dave?
I think anybody that's sat on previous meetings that says that we're in a transition period, well, we're in a transition period. And, you know, going from a suburban city to an urban environment. But again, I'm hoping that with this development plan that we won't forget about who we live there.
So kind of this idea of keeping the community, the goodness.
I think of the general plan as kind of, as I read it, do I see
values that are captured in this plan, are they really, you know, the desires of everybody sitting here, of the neighbors, of everybody else, of other residents within the community? That's it.
So when you read the plan, you want it to speak to outsiders, but it needs to speak to everyone around the table too, that it really reflects their vision. Okay. All right. Chuck, do you want to add any kind of wrap-up as chair you get that privilege?
Thank you. The only thing I would say about taxes in my 60 years of living is that I've seen them continue to go up. Any type of improvement, whether it be in a city or in your own home, if you improve your own home, your property taxes are going to go up. But I would like to see the tax structure go up similar to the surrounding area. I don't want to be way higher than, say, Avondale and Peoria and Glendale and places like that. As long as our taxes improve or increase like the surrounding areas, it's just, you know, the old saying, you know, you have to pay taxes and you have to die. So,
But that is the topic, I was going to bring it up and I'll pass a note to Haley before I can, because we need, that's something that is so deficient, like you mentioned in the master plan. And I brought it as a separate topic because it may deserve to hear the opinions that we all have and agree to some sort of a statement or guidance, so it's not loosey, and to give more teeth to the goals and what is achievable within the resources that we need.
I will use one example just to show you. I don't know if you guys know this about other areas, but I'm from Northwest Indiana, and all my relatives that still live there, they only lost about 30% of the value of their homes, where we lost 60, 80% of the value of ours. I don't know if I'm the only one in the room, and if I am, I'll probably get checked out, but my property taxes have gone down with this economy because the value of my home is lower. In Indiana, they did not. They're structured in such a way that they pay the same property taxes no matter what happens to the value. And I'm glad we have a different structure that is based on the value. Because at least in a down economy, you get that break of a little lower property taxes. Of course, being government, it moves kind of slowly. It's always a year behind, but I've seen it happen in my own home and my property taxes. So I'm glad that that's based on.
You know, I think this is an important discussion. I think what I would suggest is probably related to, I would say, the economic development element. So maybe in January, when we're sitting around the table, this is something we can really get our teeth into and beat up, so that we can all feel comfortable with how the plan addresses it. Is that okay with you?
That's okay,
Okay.
that's what I.
We got the card and it won't go away. Okay.
And the last thing I wanted to say, as we're all aware, but just so that it's out there, is, you know, the 2003 general plan was a good plan. They put a lot of hard work into it, but the down economy scrapped a lot of the great ideas that they had in there. So even though we're putting together a plan, understand that the economy and money is going to have a big role in what kind of growth and how fast and all that has to do with it. But we have to have a plan, not only by law, but we want to have a plan for the growth of Bisbee. And I think we're putting together a good one.
Thank you. So this list, Katie's going to put it together
By the end of the week.
Okay, so you should have this list by Friday, which gives you 2 days off. But then when you start reading, you'll have this list next to you. And again, you know, you don't have to go by it. It's just, again, to get you to think. Okay, so now the second part of this part of the agenda, the second phase, is what we're going to do is just walk you through the goals, the overall goals, right?
Is that list a table of contents, though?
Yeah, well,
That's what Katie's going to go through. That wasn't the list that she's going to send out. It was the list you just made.
yeah.
My bad, I'm sorry. You got ahead of me with the slides. Thank you for noticing. So now what we're just gonna do is, you know, kind of chapter by chapter, walk through the goals. And again, you know, if you think about, oh, we should be talking about this here, or I forgot about something that, you know, Jessica brought up, you might want to jot it down in your plan or make a note to yourself. But again, it's just to remind you of the vast amount of information that you're going to go through shortly.
Leslie, from this point forward, since we have this draft plan, through our discussions, we decide to change anything, add, delete, whatever on these goals, or modify any, how are we going to know what was dealt with and what, how are we going to know what deviates from this draft that we have?
We're not going to change it between now and January. So what you have is what we will be discussing in January.
No, I realize
You mean
that.
after January?
Before we present this, as Chuck said, we want to be comfortable with this, but if we make any modifications at this point, how are we going to let everyone know?
So what's going to happen is you'll get a red line
We'll get a
after
red-
the January, but also, and this is, this is called consultant idea or bid, but Katie's going to keep a very detailed list of every single comment and how it was addressed and going forward. So, before we've just been writing them down and addressing them, I don't want to use the word generically, but with a little bit more flexibility. Now we're going to keep a documented comment list. So, for example, say your comments, they're going on that list. And you can see exactly how that was dealt with. It either will have been resolved via discussion in the work groups, or she will have amended chapter X, or strategy 7 added to page 42, and you'll be able to walk through and see how that happened.
I think we did that in the city center plan. It worked
Yeah,
well.
it
I
worked.
think
Just
it's
do a top
just a
track.
running dialogue of,
Yeah, this is just a tracking note.
yeah.
If you can probably compliment my love. So, anyway, okay, yeah.
Does that mean we're just gonna get another copy of this on the February meeting?
No, we're gonna get it before then.
Okay, so you should get it before.
So it'll just be mailed to us then, or what?
I don't have details yet. So, we'll figure it out. Yeah, but. Yeah. I do want to point out on the review guide. Thanks. I want to point out on the review guide that obviously we're going to be discussing a lot of comments, and those discussions are going to be really important because as I kind of talk about some things, you'll see that there were some topics where I got comment cards that just completely contradicted each other, and we didn't necessarily talk about it at the table. And so I took my best guess on how to address it, and then now's the time for us to say, oh, no, you just missed the mark on this. I mean, this is a draft. So we still have time to make changes. But you can email me comments. I have to get them by 8 a.m. on Wednesday, January 15th, or they won't be included. But just know that if you do email me comments rather than bringing it up in a discussion, if I know that your comment doesn't match what a discussion we had, I'll put it in the comment matrix, but I'll just say, I received this comment, it was not included because the discussion, went a different way. So just know that it's best to come to the meeting on the topic you want to talk about and bring up comments, but if you just have a conflict, I want to make sure you give me your comments still, so feel free to do that. Just make sure you do it by that January 15th date, because that's my hard deadline.
Katie, has everyone on the board signed up for at least 2?
Well, we got rid of the sign-in sheets because it sounded like from last meeting some people were concerned that they wouldn't be involved in everything. So come to as many meetings as you want. We would like everyone to come to at least one meeting. But if you want to come to all 5, you are welcome. Okay, so as Leslie said, I just wanted to take a moment, kind of walk through the plan a little bit. Just to kind of, again, let you know what I was thinking as I was putting it together, and then it might be an opportunity, if you see something right now that's like, whoa, this is giving me some major heartburn, or let's go ahead and discuss it with the larger group, we can do that right now. So you can follow along if you want. I'm going to start with physical growth and development, which is at tab 5. And all the goals are in order. On the screen, I wrote down the goals, but then I'm going to go through some objectives, and those I just kind of paraphrase. They're not word for word. So the first goal is getting at creating it's kind of like what Kathleen was saying. It's getting at, we want this mix of uses that creates the places and spaces that we want to have, that we've been hearing from the public that they want to see in the community. And so how we're going to do that, and these bullet points represent the objectives that are under this goal.
So the first thing we're going to do is create a broad variety of land uses that respond to our vision and needs, and that's basically the land use plan. So you can all look at the land use plan and see if you think this objective is being achieved with the land use plan. The next bullet point, we just kept hearing over and over that we want to integrate our land use planning and transportation planning. And we have achieved one major goal in doing that, of combining the land use and transportation plan into one plan, so that as we do our major planning, we're looking at the whole thing together. The next bullet point is, as we do our land use and transportation planning, we also want to think about the jobs to housing ratio we're creating. And what that means is it's a pretty standard measurement that we'll use of how many jobs there are to how many homes there are. And a typical standard is we want to reach 1.0. There's a job for every house. And that usually indicates a healthy economy, where under that means you're definitely have a lot of commuters in your community. And when you start getting into the 2.0s and stuff, a city like Phoenix is going to be very high. That means you have a lot of people commuting into your city. So a community like Goodyear, a 1.0 to 1.5 would be a really great goal for the future. And then finally, what we heard so much from the community is we specifically wanted to call out that we need to create retail and entertainment districts that make those shopping, entertainment, and dining places that we want. That was one of our fundamental strategies that we heard a lot in the plan, so specifically called that out as an objective. All right, so the next goal, goal 2, is getting at how we deal with growth. If you look through the Goodyear profile already, you'll see that there is a lot of projected growth for Goodyear, and so we're going to have to address it. And how we're going to do that, the first bullet point gets at that new development should pay its fair share toward the cost of infrastructure improvements that are needed for that new growth. That's something that's carried over from the 2003 plan. The next one is that we do want to encourage development in our designated growth areas. And at the end of on page 10, you'll see that there is a growth map, and there's some discussion about what those growth areas mean. We're not saying growth is not allowed to occur out of those growth areas. It's just we're creating policies saying that these are areas we really want to encourage growth. And we want to put that in as a policy because maybe in the future, we'd want to consider having different impact fees in our redevelopment area versus outside our redevelopment area to encourage growth there. Maybe we want to create an infill policy for some of these areas. As we create a transit system, we're going to want to think about the type of development we want there, and we want to create incentives. So we're just trying to get on paper right now those kind of areas where we want to see growth happen first. But again, like I said, it doesn't mean we're limiting growth to just those areas. The next one is promoting infill development, and this is kind of getting at a state statute requirement. We're required to address infill development. And we don't currently have infill development policies, so this is kind of directing us to create those, that's going to be our first step. The next one is to protect our community assets, such as Luke Air Force Base or open space areas from land encroachment. So we want to make sure we protect those areas. And then finally, what was brought up is we want to use the land use plan to enhance and build upon our character. And that kind of is another point of the growth areas, is to kind of talk about the character a little bit, that maybe some areas of the community will be a little more dense, a little more urban feeling. Urban probably isn't the right word, but then some areas are going to feel more natural, more rural, and it just depends on the area what is the best. So the next one is dealing with the transportation section, and we are going to have a presentation on the transportation plan when I'm done with this. And you'll see here, and this happens a number of places in the plan, the very first policy under the well-functioning roadway network objective is implement the goals, policies, and recommendations of the transportation master plan. So basically what we're saying is there's a whole lot of detailed work going into this transportation master plan. There's no reason for us to reinvent the wheel. We're going to allow the transportation master plan to lead in that subject area. But there are some generalized policies and objectives we included in there. We repeated the idea that we should integrate land use and transportation planning again here. And then we also pointed out that we should coordinate transportation planning with regional planning, which is done, and we do a very good job of it, I think, at the city, but we just want to reiterate that. Our next goal is getting at building a transit system. And I just want to make sure, I know we've talked about it before, but that when we talk about transit, we mean bus too. We're not just talking about light rail. We're talking about mass transportation, mass transit. And basically the two things, and I tried to pull this from, I attended a transportation subcommittee meeting to get some ideas and feedback from them. And the major things I saw is, one, we need to establish a transit system, and because we don't have one currently, that's going to be our first goal, is just getting it established. But then the other thing the transportation subcommittee had brought up is we also want to talk about that there's alternative modes of travel. There's bike share programs, there's what do they call it, the zip car at ASU, where you can do car share programs. So there might be other programs besides a mass transit system that we want to look at too, to provide alternatives to cars. The goal 5 is getting at our infrastructure. It's dealing with public services, public facilities. And so the first thing we want to do is ensure that they're available, that what our residents need are available to our residents. And this includes the idea of building new infrastructure and services, but also maintaining them. The next goal is also reiterating maintenance, but also trying to improve levels of service where they need to be. So there's some areas of the city where maybe they're older and their level of service isn't the same as our brand new areas, and so we want to make sure we're raising those areas up. Okay. What? Mm-hmm.
I will be dead by that time, the next update. So I would say within the next 3 years, to have a facilities condition index and include the recommended, during my presentation, I put a recommendation that say, say such as whatever the plan committee recommends, and you give them that guidance, and then it's up to them to establish and agree upon what is more comfortable to the towards the department.
Okay, so what I would ask you to do, if it's all right, is either take your pen or grab one of those markers, circle your plan, and that's in the physical growth section?
Yeah.
So I want you to.
I am writing it down.
January 9th, I want you to come loaded for bear with that red circle, and we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, I will bring the bear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's January 9th, we're going to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
That is a great question. And well, first, let me back up. Some of you who've read the draft chapters in detail before see that it used to be called Strategies for Implementation. I got some comments, what is that? So I changed it to action items. It's the same thing. The difference is that a policy is going to be something that's going to carry on for the life of the plan. An action item is going to have a start date and an end date. So some policies might say, update a plan regularly. And because it doesn't have a start date and end date, I might have said it's a policy and not an action item. Some of them are in gray areas. So first I wanted to say that. I should have said that, explain the difference between the two. But some don't have action items at all because I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't identify anything. So that might be one thing everyone wants to think about. I don't know if that is important to everyone, that every objective have an action item. I would say there's probably some objectives that maybe they are more policy oriented, so they don't necessarily need an action item. But if there are some that you think, we really should do something about this, we should, have some type of action we take, highlight that objective and make that a comment. And then I'll try and investigate it more.
Yeah, the way I think it's easier to think of a policy is it's sort of a guide to action. So if someone says, should I turn down Todd's project, Sherry might say, well, our policy is to not turn down the project before we read the application. So,
You guys starting to do that now? Well, you got to take the money first. Don't read it and then deny it.
So there might not be specific action anticipate coming up, or you might not, specifically know what you want to do right now. So you don't always have to have an action under a policy. Sorry for picking on you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for picking on you.
Yeah, I have a question. So for action item, is the requirement to take those actions?
An action item is a pretty specific thing. Yeah, an action item would be assigned to a department and have a date for completion. There's like a measurable thing, a measurable
So
outcome.
every couple of years when you review, you go back and look through those action items and changes?
Yes, in fact, the law requires that
The-
the department report on how,
Mhm.
every year, on how it is implementing the plan. And what it would report on is the actions that are in the plan, and also potentially other actions that weren't in the plan that they took to implement policies. And that's part of the law that of the general plan.
And I have them all summarized on Appendix F, which is page 45 of the appendix. You can see I don't have dates or departments yet. I haven't done that part of it. But that we also created that so that you can just go back and see all the action items to kind of easily pull those out.
Isn't that what some of the comments are, that this, it's not set in concrete, so even though you may not have a policy today, you may have a policy in the future. You may amend a policy, you may add a policy, you may have specific action items. So I don't know whether or not you want to put some qualifier up here and, a little footnote or something that says, these are policies and action items as of now.
That's something I think to talk
Yeah.
about.
But that's a good point. And again, sometimes this is almost my recommendation of what I'm hearing. So I want everyone to look at this and let me know if you agree or not. But some of the action items, I did just that. Maybe we talked about policies. Like I remember we had a lengthy discussion about rental policies. And it was kind of all over the place. And what I got is we're not experts. What I need to write is an action item is we need to look at rental policies and write something down. So the policy itself isn't in the plan. It's direction that, hey, the committee said this is important and we need to look at our rental policies and make sure it does X, Y, Z. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I understood from your answer to Sherry's question that the existence of an action plan in the general plan says this is something which must be done.
Yes.
It is not a recommendation. It is the general plan directs that this action plan be instigated. And performance against that action plan will be a measurement, will be something that's measured, as opposed to the items which are policies, they just kind of stand on their own.
No, that's a great, obviously, this is a great point to make. And all the action items might be a little bit different, but using that rental one as an example, the action item that's required is to create a rental policy or update our rental policies. The recommendation is the discussion we had where we talked about maybe there should be some kind of landlord-tenant agreement that's registered with the city. I don't know if we're expert enough to know if that would work, if that would be costly to the city to maintain, if other cities are doing that we could copy. So I have those recommendations for the specifics in the plan, but the required action item would be, I better be updating to council in a year or 2 years that we've updated our rental policies and here they are available for everyone to read. Does that make sense? They're not. So if you want to make recommendations on, that's kind of where we talked about starting to prioritize things. If we wanted to pick some pilot projects, we kind of talked about that a few meetings ago. I think that might be a good discussion of, what are some of the action items I know that are already in the strategic action plan, so I know when those are going to be completed. Deb?
Just one more thought. A step further, is if we identify any resources that might help with the action item, that might be helpful too. So I don't know, not to add among the list, but you could have in this column if anyone had resources that we go to accomplish this action.
I think that's a great idea, and especially if I can ask that. Maybe some I don't know resources, but others we have a whole paragraph of resources. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Katie, isn't it true also that some action plans, if we say develop a policy, or not a policy, but to have the city staff or management
Right.
we don't have the funding for it, no matter if we say we want it done from this date to that date, if the funding isn't there, there's gotta be leeway there, because otherwise we're just spinning our wheels.
Ultimately, a general plan is a policy document. The only thing, and even that's unclear, it really has a strong regulatory role in would be, if there's a street class map in the plan, and you wanna change the street class, that's something that kind of, you have to work with the plan. And the other real strong regulatory role is, zoning cannot be in conformance with the plan. Those are really, in state law, the two main things. Yeah, zoning must be in conformance with the plan, right. So, thank you. So those are really the two roles. The plan says you have to do a lot of other things, like identify the amount of water demand you'll have, or identify the amount of open space. But there is no law that says you have to meet that demand, or you have to meet that criteria. So as we go forward, these are actions, but I think part of the annual reporting is to say exactly things like that. You know, we know that we want to put a public art piece at the entry of Litchfield Road and I-10. But we looked for funding for this year, we put in for this grant, we were unable to secure the funding. We're going to continue to pursue that goal.
So it's not really binding,
It's not really binding, except with regards to land use conflicts and zoning, and the transportation, I would say, I don't want to use the word, conflicts as well.
So it's the maps that are binding, not really any of the actions.
I'm sorry?
It's the maps that are binding, correct?
Not really the maps, the text of those land uses is also.
At least.
The text.
I do have a little bit of heartburn over the word action items and in the context that we're discussing them tonight. I think we're getting into the program level of developmental daily activity, and that might be very specific relative to what the general plan is meant to achieve. I would rather see these be recommendations or, steps to achieve.
That's what I had, and people didn't like it, but maybe this one's worse.
Yeah, I think, because I think the important thing to recognize is how we started the conversation tonight. This plan, while it needs to be specific enough to give people the concept of what wants to be achieved, and that needs to be very clear what wants to be achieved, how we go about achieving it may be something that would change with time or with resources or we haven't even thought of yet that might be invented.
Yeah.
So I would want us to stay away from, you specifically will take these actions to achieve a goal.
Yeah, I mean, it really, I think the weight of, when someone comes in for a zoning case or whatever, it really is, it's more of the discussion, are you meeting the objectives as opposed to the specific policies or recommendations? And it gets back to, well, the objective today is we want, combined streets and bikes. Well, a year from now, we're finding out that it just doesn't work for whatever reason. But that's the standard that you have to sort of work from, because that's in the general plan. How you get there and the policies and actions are going to change over time, as Sherry said.
And it's going to be the responsibility of the various departments and staff, and we have very capable folks.
And I would also say it's the responsibility of our citizens to get that annual update that we're supposed to make available. It's our job to make sure it's easily available, but then the citizens have to read it and question us if there's something that you all feel isn't, that we've changed course on a policy, and it seems like, I mean,
Another way to look at that is the economic development strategic plan elements that got wrapped into this. That plan has lots of things that the city isn't solely responsible for doing. So the Chamber of Commerce may be helping us do it, the school system may be helping us do the K through 12 STEM stuff, for example. The Department of Commerce may be helping us with our incentive policies. The transportation group might be helping. So the accountability is held to the city in some cases, but it may be a community achievement that has to happen in some cases.
Yeah, you'll see later in the plan there's stuff about, right. Yeah, we really want to document why we want things, so that maybe there's a different way of achieving the result we want, and okay. All right, so then the next objective gets at that we need to make sure we can finance growth and maintenance. So that one's for you, Jose. So read through it. And then we specifically call out an objective for solid waste and for private utilities, partly because the state statute requires we address those specifically. So then moving on, the next one is water resources. And our water resource managers, just so you know, went through this and really went through this. So it was really great. So the first thing, we want to make sure we have resources. We want to get new ones and evaluate our existing resources. The next objective is we want to continue to transition to renewable resources. The next one is we want to and increase water quality might not be the right word, but we want to make our water quality better. The next one was identified by the General Plan Committee to link new resources to existing supply. Oh, that was the water quality one. I'm sorry, I got lost. The next one was to continue to use effluent, and we had talked about the purple pipe. I do want to point that out because I think we got a lot of comments about the reclaimed water system, and then when Mark, the water resource manager, came in, he talked a little bit about how we can use reclaimed water in different ways. So I made a note in the comments that I kind of took Mark's recommendations, but again, it's another place where maybe you should look at it closely and make sure you don't have heartburn over how I interpreted the discussion. The next one, we specifically call out some policies dealing with the Superfund site, water conservation, and then finally we did call out the tie between water resource availability and our economic vitality. The next goal is getting at our public safety. And we want to, one, protect human life, so that's getting at some of the response times. And this is this kind of goes at some of the policies. In the 2003 plan, they actually had, we're going to have a 5-minute response time, or whatever it is. And we've actually, we've taken that out. We're just saying now we're going to have a response time. And the public facilities master plans are going to deal with what those response times should be. Part of it is because it changed it doesn't seem like it, but you guys might remember some of the discussions we had with the fire chief and the police. But it changes, and it can really differ on, if we start building more densely, a 5-minute response time might mean something than a suburban community. So that was their recommendation. So it's, again, sometimes there were some details in the 2003 plan, and we're backing off on it a little bit. The next thing is we need to have the infrastructure and services to provide a safe community. The third bullet point is the built environment should encourage safety, and that was really important. When we went to the open house meetings, the number one comment we got on safety was like crossing the street and riding bicycles in the street. So we wanted to talk about that built environment, because that was we didn't get a lot of comments that people felt unsafe or there was crime. It was the walking and biking safety aspect. And then finally, we want to encourage our residents to lead in safety through neighborhood block watch and programs like that. Number 8 is our environmental planning section, and we basically decided to focus on the Sonoran Desert. And the first thing is our architecture and landscape should be responsive and fit the Sonoran Desert. The next objective is we want to protect our natural features so that we can use them and enjoy them. And then we specifically also called off protecting our wildlife, and you might remember that's dealing mostly with that wildlife corridor that's in southern Goodyear. And then finally for this chapter is the required energy chapter. And the first thing we want to do is promote efficient use of energy. And so that includes using solar. The next thing is green building practices. And by the way, I found out that our new 911 center is LEED certified. So, no. So, what? I'm sorry. No. I don't know if we do have any solar. I talked to one of our facilities guys about this, and you know what? When you say that, I read that comment card, and I think I read it as reduce our energy by 30%, and that confused me because I don't know if we have good or bad energy, I don't know where we are, where our benchmark is to what we should reduce.
I was just trying to question the photovoltaic
Yeah.
if they have any goals to be achieved with solar energy. And I say the city should be the first one to meet the requirement as an example, leading by example, not the residents.
And I would definitely recommend look at that 9.1 and make some recommendations. But that was one interesting discussion I had with the facilities manager. He said that the cost benefit of putting solar on buildings doesn't always work out. But where we can use it is the car covers, the parking. He said there they make a lot of sense. And so I kind of tried to build that in from what I talked to him. And that kind of goes with what I mean by some of the flexibility is that I didn't know that solar panels don't pencil out, you know, when you use them on the buildings, but it's different when there's a car park. I don't. Yeah, to look at this.
Did we address any like commercial type solar or wind or renewable type projects or that want or don't want it?
You know, I didn't. That's a good point, and I don't even think I mentioned it in the land use plan. I didn't think of that, so.
Write that down, come back up, write that down. Write it when you come back and talk about the
Yeah.
latest transportation element, as I said.
And then finally, and then we talked about how ways we can reduce our carbon footprint. And then I also want to point out at the end of this chapter, and this is true of each chapter, you should have like a little summary. These are all the comments that we had typed up from our various discussions on the various topics. And you can see after that in red, I put what policy your comment is tied to. So I would, again, suggest to kind of skim that and look at the comments you made and made sure I interpret them correctly. Because sometimes I couldn't even, you know, read the cards, or I was looking at the cards 2 days after the meeting and I already forgot what our discussions were. So I included your comments so you understand what I was reading, that this is how we wrote them down and interpreted them. So please take a look at that and make sure we did it how you want us to. So then I'll move on to the next chapter, and I'll kind of go through this one faster because I think you've had 2 shots at reviewing the community and culture chapter. That was that's what somebody typed off a card, and I think that maybe this is exactly why we're giving these to you so you can read them, because it might be like, you misread that, you got it wrong, this is what I meant. Yeah. So, okay. So the first one under community and cultural development is talking about the kind of neighborhoods we want to create. And the first objective is getting at that idea of complete neighborhoods, that our neighborhoods need to include lots of housing, access to commercial, bike paths and trails and parks and schools and everything. The next one, you're going to see connectivity a lot, is providing internal and external connectivity to our neighborhoods, creating attractive and high-quality neighborhoods, doing revitalization activities for our neighborhoods that may be getting older, and then, again, we heard a lot of people talk about identity, but the last objective is how we can work with our neighborhoods in creating our identity. The next goal deals with housing. And we want to provide diverse and quality housing products. We want to preserve the quality of existing housing. And then we want to promote, or at least provide access, and someone corrected me on that, provide access to safe and affordable housing. And that is a requirement of the plan to address housing programs. The next one is parks. And again, similar to transportation, you're going to see that under the first objective, the first policy is follow the recommendations of the adopted Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Again, they have done a lot of work, and so the master plan is what gets into the nitty-gritty detail. I also want to point out that this section of the chapter was reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Committee, so they had a stab at looking at it and made some suggestions. So the first objective is just creating parks and facilities. The next one is maintaining and developing the facilities. Then specifically called out is leveraging joint use opportunities such as a school park site. And then finally, talking about recreation programs. So the next one is the non-motorized, it's not really sexy goal there, but non-motorized trail and path network. So this is, and there's basically just two objectives where policies either fall under regional bicycle system, which is basically on street, or they fall under the off-road trail system. And this one is this goal is unique because the on-road system is dealt with under the Transportation Master Plan, and the off-road system is dealt with under the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The general plan.
But they're not linked. I mean, they're not linked in terms of, I mean, you said a lot of the complaints were basically saying, crossing streets, getting, bikes.
That's a great question for Michael and Leslie. All right, let's pause on that.
Michael and Laura, can we respond to that in the transpo and I'll respond to it? Okay, do you mind putting that like on hold till they come up? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I may forget, but please.
Okay. It doesn't have to be dirt, it's just not connected to, so like Bullard Wash would be off-road, but it's a paved trail. So the next goal is arts and culture. And this chapter, we went to a couple arts and culture committee meetings, and so they've vetted this, and they had a retreat. So they did a lot of planning recently, so we built this into them. And the things we want to do is expand opportunities for culture and arts. We want to create events. And I know the General Plan Committee talked a lot about that too. We want to foster public art, and then we want to encourage local artists and arts education. And then this one, I actually added a little more detail under education, and I was hoping Eduardo would be here tonight because we didn't really get a chance to talk about education in detail. So this is the one section we really haven't talked about. But basically, there's two objectives: support the K through 12 institutions and establish a higher education presence. And one of the really important things I just want to point out in the support the K through 12 is we have a program, the Southwest City Schools and Developer Compact, and it used to be a really active, it was really a great thing that allowed us to reserve school sites, and it was a really great partnership. And it's just kind of fallen on the wayside as developments kind of petered out, and so we definitely want to keep that going so that we're prepared for new growth. And then consistent with the Council's Strategic Action Plan, we are recommending that we pursue a higher education institution and try and build up a higher education presence. And then healthy eating and healthy lifestyles. And basically, they just fall under two objectives: access to healthy food and access to active activity. And then the last one, oh no, not the last one. Finally, the social services one. So this is kind of a new section you haven't seen before. But because it's so new to us, we thought the first objective we want to do is just understand what's out there and start connecting people to what's already out there. And then the second objective is getting to make sure that there's access to the services and facilities that are needed. So starting to fill some of those gaps that might be out there. And then the final one under this chapter is an informed community. So we want to make sure our residents are very informed of what's going on, increase transparency, and we really want to promote grassroots efforts of our residents. So then the chapter everyone's been waiting for, economic development. And as Sherry mentioned, there's been an economic development strategic action plan going on, so I have been pulling a lot of information from the discussions that have been going on with that technical advisory committee. So the first thing is talking about our economy. And so we want to develop businesses in Goodyear that offer good wages and benefits. The next thing we want to do is, again, talking about the land use and transportation plan. It's really important. We want to make sure it enhances economic development and job growth. We want to create a built environment that fosters economic development, and we want to support and promote the Phoenix Goodyear Airport and Luke Air Force Base, which are both really important to our economy. You know, it might need to get beefed up a little bit, but I know there was a little bit about. Okay, that. Sorry, just didn't get there yet. So yeah, under 2, and this is kind of getting at small businesses, local businesses. So the first thing, we want to foster the creation of those. And then we want to work with our existing businesses, so maybe they won't be small businesses. They'll be big, large corporations started here in Goodyear. And then I really want to point out this 1.32, 2.3, because I think it's something a few of you mentioned where you were saying look beyond the chapter boundaries for the things that are really important. And the Arts and Culture Committee actually brought this up to me. They said, you know, hey, let's remember that artists are small businesses and they contribute to the economy. So I put this little section in to kind of brainstorm these, you know, that, hey, let's remember that when we do arts events, we're promoting small businesses. When we have food trucks at our local events, we're promoting small businesses. Duncan Family Farms and Community Gardens. I mean, Duncan's actually not a small business, but it's a local business that we want to support. So we do want to, if you can think of any other ways, we can put that in there so we can recognize how some of the, you know, events, parks that sometimes are thought of as fluff, but they actually really contribute to our economy and promote small businesses. I'd love to throw some more in there. The next one is basically workforce development. And so we want to ensure a vibrant and prepared workforce. And then the second one gets at this idea that we have in the city of Goodyear, 92% of our residents commute outside of the city of Goodyear. And that idea is referred to as brain drain because our residents are actually very highly educated and they're going to very good jobs and they happen to be in certain sectors that we could fit. So it's really this idea of trying to get some of these jobs in Goodyear so that the residents don't have to commute outside, they can work here. Yes? Mm-hmm.
When that statistic comes out, where is the city right now? I don't know if you know this. Where does the city stand right now with trying to improve that? If we keep building more homes and we only bring X amount of jobs in, and that number is never going to change, is there like kind of like a stall per se on more of a community development, more of a increase in trying to get businesses in right now? What's the city stance right now on that?
Do you want to answer that, Sherry?
Actually, the general plan is a very crucial piece of that, and more specifically the land use map. So the intent is to identify densities, if you will, of use within the city over time. So your land use map will direct that conversation extensively. So it's very rare that we've had any instance in recent years where we've actually rezoned much that was commercial to single family. That does happen in other parts of the valley. It was a big issue in Gilbert for a while during their boom. But we haven't had a lot of that here because a lot of planning was done so well where we have designated commercial areas, designated, you know, retail areas. Pretty good mix of uses within each square mile that allow for, you know, compatibility of uses. But if we were to start seeing commercial land or industrial
Wrap it up.
land converting to residential, then we need to be having that conversation. But the land use map and the zoning and the general plan all protect kind of those choices that you've already made about what density of type of use you have in your community. And that's what protects that.
Well, I guess the question too is on the effort side of it. Is like, is there? I mean, you can put effort into trying to bring in, you know, a community of homes, or you can put more effort into trying to bring in a big business.
Right.
Is the city? Where does the city stand on that right now? Where
Right.
right now are we
There
trying
actually
to
is
put
no
that?
policy or specific effort, if you will, to recruit residential home developers. We don't have a department that does that. We do have a department called Economic Development that's responsible for recruiting industry and jobs across all sectors, retail, small business, industrial. And so from a budget allocation perspective or a resource or person allocation perspective or a policy perspective, I would say, you know, 99% of the resources are directed towards job creation and all the other elements of the chapter that we're talking about, transportation and all these other good things that we do as a municipal service. That being said, during the recession, from 2008 to 2012-ish, over about a 4-year period, the community generated about 2,800 new jobs.
darn good because they were losing jobs. They weren't generating any net new jobs. So we're doing fairly well in terms of getting our fair share, but there aren't any real statistics that measure those two things on the same metric. So it's more of a, what does it feel like? Are we generating, I think on a policy perspective, I would be concerned more about the quality of the jobs we're generating than the jobs versus the residential. So if all we were seeing were $12 an hour jobs, I would be concerned. But if we were seeing everything from a $12 an hour job to, $100,000 a year jobs, like we're seeing from, maybe an Amazon hourly, worker at the fulfillment center to Cancer Centers of America IT job, then I think we're doing pretty well on the spectrum in terms of creating opportunities for all economically.
All right, so just trying to wrap up then. The next goal is dealing with technology, so Sherry, you're all over that, and trying to be a leader in technology. And then the final goal is tourism, and you'll see that's another one where the first thing we need to do is create a tourism plan to figure out what our market is and what we should focus on, and possibly a tourism bureau. So
I'm going to ask you guys, we're going to get one more shot at the review list, but what I'm going to ask you to do this time now is we're going to hear from the Transportation Master Plan Consultant, the Transportation Department. We've gone through all the goals, a couple more things have been brought up, and then you're also going to hear from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Consultant, and Nathan will be here shortly. So keep those cards with you, and as you're listening, if something hits you, says, oh, we really need to think about this as we go through the plan, or this is really important to be in the master plan, write them down, and then at the very end of the meeting, if you guys if we can make it, I'm just worried about time, that's why I wanted to write it down. We'll quickly go through the cards and make sure we've got a really thorough review list for the plan. Does that work for everybody? Okay, after these goals, are there any quick final comments that someone really feels they need to share with everyone? We good? Okay. Okay, good. So now we're going to get a presentation on the City Goodyear Transportation Master Plan. And as you remember, Goodyear was really forward-thinking when it started the general plan effort, and that it said to both the Transportation Master Plan and the Parks Consultant, ye shall coordinate. And not only shall you coordinate with the general plan effort, but ye shall coordinate with each other, so that these things weren't prepared in a vacuum. And that's been happening. So tonight we have Michael LaBianca and Maura Patey from HDR. We have David Ramirez from the Transportation Department, and also we have Luke Albert from the Transportation Department. And those are the four people really involved in creating the Transportation Master Plan. We also have on the committee, who's our representative on the Transportation? Thank you. Leslie screwed up. We've got that kept on the side. We'll bring it back out. So I think maybe one of the good things to do would be, Michael, after Michael does his presentation, if you want to also make any comments that you think are important to the committee, and then we'll do, depending on time, we'll do questions and cards, and then we'll go to the Parks Master Plan as well. So does that work for everyone? Yeah. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Leslie. Chairman Watson, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you and bring you up to date on what we're doing with the Goodyear Transportation Master Plan. And I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the nuts and bolts. I thought a lot about the presentation that we'd make tonight, what we wanted to convey to you. Really, there's a lot of information. Todd had asked the question earlier regarding the coordination between the Parks and Rec Master Plan, the on-road and the off-road system. We've been working very closely with that effort, coordinating with them. Laura's going to talk a little bit after I get through some of the elements of the Transportation Master Plan about the non-motorized element and give you a little insight into that. It's great that we follow the conversation on the general plan goals, policies, and objectives. The transportation plan really fits under that. We've shared some of the goals and objectives of the plan with Katie, and there's a lot of synergy and consistency between the two projects. So I'm glad that we're sort of in step with them. The transportation plan is more specific in that we really are developing a list of projects. So unlike the general plan that's aspirational, provides policy guidance and a direction for the city, we're really looking at how do we sort of achieve that vision for the future and what are the specific steps that we need to take in the short term. So we're looking at 3 time frames. We're looking at a short-term time frame, which is generally about a 5-year window. We're looking at a midterm time frame, which is a 10-year window, and then we're looking at a 20-year time frame, sort of further out. What are the things that we need to do today with regard to transportation that will keep us in step with the vision for the city, but also keep up with the development and growth and the quality of life that people enjoy in Goodyear. Great. So quickly, just a couple items we want to talk about. We just want to give you a little background on what we've done as far as existing and future conditions. So what is the basis for the recommendations that we're making through the Transportation Master Plan? And then we'll talk a little bit about that plan for improvements. We can't get into all the specifics because we would use up more than the allotted time, more than the time that you're willing to sit here tonight. But I will come back to this later, but I want to mention that we are planning a public meeting in early February. It'll be an opportunity for you to really look at the plan in detail, to ask us questions. And in addition, the general plan, or rather the Transportation Subcommittee, is meeting Monday. So if you want more of this, you're welcome to join us on Monday at that meeting. Those agendas are published as yours are, and we serve as a subcommittee of this committee, so we appreciate that opportunity. And as Leslie mentioned, Todd and Darren are members of that subcommittee. And Peter, actually, in the audience, is also a member of that subcommittee, and we appreciate their involvement and input in this process. This is our schedule, much too small for you to see, but we're about 2/3 the way through this project, and so that red line that cuts through is really cutting through what is the step where we're developing the recommendations for the plan. So we've done a lot of the background work, and now we're really getting into developing those recommendations to address the needs, to address the aspirational goals of the city, and also to make sure that the system continues to function. And there was a comment earlier that the 2003 general plan did a terrific job, and we have to agree with that. We're really building on what is the future functional classification map for the city. In other words, that transportation map that is part of your land use map, if you will, is really sort of our guidance for the transportation update. We're really working with that, and there aren't a lot of major changes that we're recommending. We're really building on that and looking to see how it's going to serve the city and future growth. Again, so I mentioned the meeting Monday. It says to be scheduled here. We failed to get a quorum last Tuesday, so that meeting has been rescheduled. So Monday, December 16th, we'll be meeting in this complex, probably not sure exactly if it's in this space or a Veneta conference, but in this complex Monday at 6. One of the things that we did at the beginning of the Transportation Master Plan was we came out to your general plan open house meetings in February, and we talked to residents, and we solicited some feedback. And there's a couple of things that we heard, and we're addressing those issues through the plan. One is a very specific concern, somewhat short-term issue that people are dealing with, and that's truck traffic, and in specific truck traffic on Saraville, so that's one of the issues that we've looked at. There was a lot of support for bike and ped, and so we're going to talk a little bit about that tonight and the plans that we're looking at to integrate that system. And, you know, you're going to have a robust non-motorized system in the city of Goodyear. You're moving towards that today. The major arterials all have a requirement for bike lanes. You're developing and looking at a lot of off-road facilities, and we're looking at linking those so that you really have an integrated system. It's not going to address all of the needs of your future transportation. In other words, you're never going to be able to offset the growth that's occurring, but you are going to sort of develop the quality of life that people will really come to Goodyear to enjoy. And also, I think a lot of the businesses that you're hoping to attract look at that. And I remember when I first moved to the Valley, and wasn't familiar with the Phoenix area. My wife was spending a summer doing an internship in Scottsdale, and she looked at the Indian Bend Wash, and she was like, this is great. They have this system of paths, that is off-street. And so all of that sort of works together to build the place, and I think that that's what we're hoping to accomplish. I mentioned we're going to talk a little bit about existing and future conditions. Really, we've done a lot of background work. I'm not going to get into the specifics with you tonight, but a lot of this information has helped building the recommendations going forward. And as I say, we looked at the functional class map, and we're really building on that. We did a lot of traffic counts at the beginning of the study, looked at intersections, helped the city enhance their synchro model, which is essentially a micro-simulation model that looks at how intersections function. It's really important as we go forward addressing the future transportation needs that intersections are able to move that traffic through. So this is one of the tools that we'll be able to build on and leave behind that the city uses to look at new development, what's the impact going to be on the city's street system. And the synchro model is one of the tools that they use to do that. We talked to a number of stakeholders, again, going back to this. So we talked to the business community, we talked to neighboring jurisdictions, we talked to agencies, Metro, and sort of get in sync with them. And some of the things that we heard about, businesses were very interested in rideshare. There was an interest in transit, but they were also focused on this idea of rideshare, bicycle lanes, supporting the non-motorized network and make connections to these regional plans. So talking to Avondale, we talked a lot and looked at their plans to make sure that we had those linkages. Some of the other specifics was that transit is driving land use decisions, and I think you see this with the rollout of the region's light rail system. There's a lot of land uses that are responding to that type of transit, and so we need to look, as we talk about transit, at building the system, taking the steps to move in that direction. That's a regional decision for light rail and that type of high-capacity transit, but we need to take the steps to move in the direction to support those future uses. Loop 303 was a major concern. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. And an MC85 is an important route. I mentioned some of the data collection that we've been working with, and this is just an example of how we used it. So we look closely at the impact of the spring training facility on traffic patterns in the city. What you can see here is the columns indicate the hourly traffic counts, and you can see on a regular basis, the blue is where you're seeing our daily average traffic. And then the red line indicates sort of those peaks that occurred during spring training. They're off the peak hours of commuting in the city, so it doesn't necessarily have a big impact on your peak hours. The system is able to manage that. For those of you that have been here, you might have a peak when the game's let out, but you're not seeing a lot of impact. But this is just one of the ways that the information that we're collecting and the type of data supports transportation decisions. Again, we looked at a bunch of studies of interest. Of course, the Loop 303 and how that project is going to be rolling out, the continuation of Loop 303 south of I-10 to Van Buren is anticipated around 2016. South of that in later years, and so how does that affect the street system? Of course, some of the detours as a result of the Loop 303 construction have impacted truck traffic through the city, and so we're seeing that today with some of that traffic being diverted onto Saraville. So we're going to talk about that in a minute with some of the recommendations for truck traffic, but these were studies that sort of fed into the study. The Sonoran Parkway, a long-range plan, but one of the issues that we're talking about with Parks and Rec, because of course that wildlife corridor that's of concern and of interest to the city, preserving that linkage between the Estrella Mountains and the Sonoran National Monument, will be a policy recommendation that we bring forward. It's beyond the planning horizon of the plan, but it's something that we want to capture in the transportation plan so that a concept like a land bridge might be considered in the future to address some of those animal movements, and it might be something to think about. Travel demand modeling is a tool that we used to look at the future demand. These graphics show what the traffic will look like, the level of service, if you will, in the city in 2035. So this is using MAG's travel demand model. We've been working with MAG to do some scenario testing, essentially to do some sensitivity testing, if you will. One of the things that we worked on with MAG as a scenario was, rather than building all the arterials out to their full build out of 6 lanes, which is in the plan, we looked at maybe constraining them to 4 lanes to see how the system functioned. And we were able to sort of model that and look at some of the critical points that we need to consider for improvements. What you see in this exhibit, you can look at the graphics on the screen, the red indicates level of service that's E or F. So essentially, those are areas of congestion. And I'm going to come back to the Gila River crossings in a moment, but you can see the city's system is functioning fairly well in 2035, and this is all PM peak. So this is the worst traffic that we're able to identify through the day as a PM peak. Where you're seeing congestion is on I-10 and at the interchanges with I-10, and again on the Gila River crossings. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. So this graphic is showing your crossings within City of Goodyear of the Gila River. And I mentioned it's one of the congestion points. So each of those colored bars represents a different crossing. The light blue, that first one on the left, and then each of these series of bars represents a different time period. So on the left, that series of 4 bars indicates the existing conditions. And what this is showing is that those bridges are all operating at a level of service that's totally acceptable. In other words, there's no congestion on the crossings of the Gila River today. The second set of bars indicates congestion in 2025, and this is assuming that a parallel facility is built to Estrella Parkway. So that's one of the things that's in our plan is Estrella Parkway, 4 lanes across the Gila River. And you can see that we're starting to exceed some of the congestion. So in other words, we're getting into some higher levels of congestion. The dark blue bar is the Estrella Parkway Bridge, yes? Sure. So on the left and right sides of this graphic, you can see 2 colored bars. The green represents what's considered a level of service A, level of service C or better, and that's generally acceptable traffic in an urban environment, in a developed environment. When you start getting up into level of service D, that's where you see some congestion, and so there you're seeing, more stop and go traffic, a little higher level of congestion. Level of service E and F are when you're really seeing congestion like you would see peak hour on I-10 heading westbound. And that's considered level of service E or F. So what you can see is that the crossings are starting to get up to that level in 2025. And if I may go forward, I'm going to skip forward actually, take a chance and skip forward a couple and show you, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this. These are the growth projections for the City of Goodyear through 2040. The upper graphic is showing the growth of population, and the lower blue graphic is showing the growth in employment. And what's interesting, what we tried the graph here, on the right axis, you can see the percentage of development south of the Gila River. So today, 15% of Goodyear's population is south of the Gila River. In 2040, that number is supposed to increase to 40% of the population. So you can see that there's going to be a lot of population, a lot of employment even, south of the Gila River, and that's generating that volume across the Gila River that we're looking at with the crossings. So those are some of the issues that we're dealing with and planning for with regard to the Gila River and the crossings. Now, of course, I've got to figure out how to go back. There's 4 crossings of the Gila River, the Cotton Lane, Estrella, Bullard, actually, and the last one is the sum of the 3. So there's 3 crossings, excuse me. So there are options, and traffic will find the least resistance, if you will, but we're still looking at that as being a choke point going forward that we're going to have to address in the recommendations. So in the short term, really what we're focusing on is intersection improvements to keep the system going, because what you'll see is that the widenings are meaningless if we can't move the traffic through the intersection. So these are sort of the short-term recommendations that we're looking at. A lot of them are due to capacity issues, and then a lot of the improvements that are being suggested have to do with keeping the continuity with Loop 303 and ensuring that we have that connection to the west as that facility develops, and then intersection safety. For the midterm, we're looking at, again, its capacity improvements, but we're looking at a number of widening projects. So to address those future need for development, we'll need to look at widening some of the facilities. As we mentioned, we did a constrained analysis to look at a 4-lane as an interim situation to a 6-lane. In most cases that works, but in some cases we go to the full 6-lane. And then south of I-10 again, so in the midterm, this is 10 years out, we're looking at a lot of more development occurring south of I-10 and addressing some of those capacity issues. And as I talked about in detail, the Gila River crossing. I mentioned the growth, and this is just combined showing the number of daily vehicles across the 3 bridges of the Gila River. So you can see today there's 15,000 trips a day approximately combined on the 3 crossings. By 2040, that number goes up over 100,000, so a significant increase. Is there a question? Yes, sir.
But something's not been clear to me that I know the plans for 303 South are, certainly in long-term development, but the current Cotton Lane Bridge, is that expected to carry the 303, or will the 303 be a separate crossing of the Gila River? To what degree is the thoughts on that?
I think the understanding is that the 303 will be a separate facility, but it's planned beyond the 2035 horizon that we're looking at. So we're constrained by, yeah, okay. Yeah, so a separate facility. Now, the Cotton Lane Bridge has a capacity, I think, for 6 lanes across the Gila River, so eventually that will have a lot of capacity, but the development is largely east of that crossing, and so the preference is to take Estrella Parkway across. Again, so the long term is really dealing with the 303 south now of the I-10 in the long term, and then looking at an additional segment of the Estrella Parkway south of Pecos Road, so looking at addressing some of the transportation needs in the far southern part of the planning area, and then looking at widening Estrella Parkway and Cotton Lane to accommodate some of those bridge improvements. I mentioned truck routing being a specific issue, so we are developing recommendations. The next figure, I'll try to just briefly explain. What's happening is the city is currently in the process of extending Bullard Avenue to Estrella Parkway, and that project should be complete in 2014. And with the completion of the Bullard extension, you essentially have an ideal truck route from MC85 and the commercial development that's occurring in the vicinity of MC85 and Commerce all the way up to I-10. So it provides an ideal truck route, and that should be identified as a truck route in the future. What we're suggesting for Saraval is that it's local trucks only. There are trucks that are immediately adjacent to Saraval that need to use Saraval, and there are businesses in the north part of Saraval at Van Buren and north, and so that would be designated as a truck route. Then as Cotton Lane comes online, that would be another truck route that would be useful for the city north-south. And then, of course, 85, MC85. Future routes that aren't shown on here are State Route 30, which you've probably talked about, which is the I-10 reliever, and that presumably would be also a truck route, but that's beyond our planning horizon. I'm going to talk just briefly about the transit system improvements. We have three phases of transit system improvements, and really this is an issue that, as Katie mentioned, the city needs to build on, and the city council, I believe, is going to be discussing this issue in the coming weeks. What we looked at were some of the improvements that are planned through Metro, and so the short-term improvements look specifically at extending the 3 route, which is Van Buren, and the 17, which is McDowell. So they're moderate improvements. They're actually coming through, at least portions of these, through Metro enhancements to service in the coming year. I think, if I'm correct in that, Darren, if you want to.
Yeah, in January, the Route 17 is going to be extended at Estrella Parkway and improve frequency from 60 minute to 30-minute service. And then the Route 3 that you see, that's not going to be implemented in January, but that'll be a January.
Right. So what we're suggesting for the short term is looking at possibly just expanding that a little bit, and this is a 5-year plan, and looking at possibly taking the 3 up to McDowell and providing a connection to that route as well. Also, suggestions that could be considered for the short term are extending some of the express service, both the Route 562 and 563, the Goodyear Express and the Buckeye Express, adding AM and PM peaks trips to those routes. In the midterm, 10 years out, that shaded area is indicating an area of a potential Goodyear circulator. So it's something that's been talked about in the Southwest Transit study. That was one of the studies that we looked at in developing the plan. It's premature to say where that would go. But we've looked at it, and this area seems to address some of the major activity centers in the city, the Estrella Mall, the proposed Estrella Mall, and other activity centers in the city. And so this would provide a local circulator that would provide some connectivity between those regional routes, but also within the community itself. And again, this is just a concept. It would need to be taken further and really get the support of the community behind, but it does provide sort of the basis and is building on that Southwest study that looked at potential circulator route in Goodyear. Finally, long term, we're looking at, again, aspirationally, commuter service on the Yuma line, the rail line, that it parallels MC-85, and so that's been a discussion that's been ongoing throughout the valley for a long time, and it should continue. It's difficult to coordinate with the commercial operators of that line. It's a private line, but there's an opportunity there. It should be kept alive, if you will, and the dialogue continued. And so we've identified that. The I-10 Express being enhanced express service on the I-10, shorter wait time, shorter head times, if you will. And then also looking at extending 2 of the regional lines from Glendale south along Litchfield and Dysart are 2 other opportunities for enhanced transit. And again, these are concepts that we're just bringing forward to sort of start the dialogue and begin talking about. And with that, if I could ask Laura to talk a little bit about the non-motorized improvements.
Thank you. My name is Laura, and I think Michael mentioned it earlier that one of the things that we did note about Goodyear was that already there are a lot of on-street facilities that have been built. The fortunate thing about Goodyear is a lot of the improvements that have been done to date have been fairly recent. So the standard within Goodyear, when you look at some of the projects that people have done elsewhere, one of the first things they do is look at the cross sections and they say add the bike and the ped facilities to the standard sections. Well, those are already in Goodyear's sections, and a lot of what has been built to date has both bike lanes and sidewalks. So that was a great start. And we drove the majority of the arterial streets, and we were kind of looking for gaps or missing sections. And so that was some of our first short-term goals, were to fill some of those gaps. There are a few bike lanes that are missing, and then a few sidewalk segments. Some of the challenges with those are that the sidewalk sections are typically occurring where there's an undeveloped parcel. So whether or not the city would choose to consider installing those ahead of developing those parcels, waiting for the developer to do it, you know, that's always a cost and a issue to consider. And then with some of the bike lanes, they are missing. The one I can think of in particular is on McDowell, kind of a little west of Litchfield and then east to the city boundary. And there's bike lanes in Avondale and there's bike lanes west of that, but there really is not right now, unless you move curbs, there's not enough road width to accommodate bike lanes. So right now, unless you're a really intrepid bicyclist, you probably are going to use the sidewalk. So is that, you know, a short-term goal to consider? You know, would you actually rebuild that portion of the street, or do you wait until a long-term point to when a widening is needed? That was sort of, how do I change?
Do you want to go to the plan?
Well, actually, one more thing. What we also heard from a lot of people was a lot of the biking that's done in Goodyear is kind of the weekend biking or kind of the recreational biking, not so much the commuter biking. And they mentioned several times, you know, more signage, more education. So those are definitely items that we're looking at. An education program, and whether that falls into the midterm or the long term, because those are things that, you know, require some funding, but educating both bicyclists and motorists, I mean, coming up with a whole campaign to sort of, you know, whether there's a tagline about, I don't know, Go Goodyear or something, but to really educate everybody about sharing the road. And with that, in the short term, there could be more signage. Some of the markings on the bike lanes are faded, so those are like simple short-term items that we're noting that could be taken care of now. Wrong way. It's very sensitive. Some of the midterm and long-term goals we were looking at are looking at either specific routes or citywide. As we've talked, we're working with the Parks and Rec group and actually meeting next week with them to kind of see where our two plans are at and where we can meld. So things where those two networks cross, mid-block crossings or you know, underpasses, overpasses, those kinds of things that make that off-street network work really well, often take things on-street. And then, as we all know, if you're going somewhere, even if you try and stay off-street as much as you can, at some point you are on-street to get to your final destination. So there are a lot of techniques out there that can improve that walking and biking environment. One of the ideas we are looking at is, right now the off-street has Bullard Wash on kind of the eastern north-south and then the easement on the western north-south. And we were looking at possibly looking at Saraval as kind of the mid-city, making that street really non-motorized focused. You know, you narrow the lanes to help slow down traffic, if, you know, and it may take, I mean, portions of that are already done, so getting that section in could be a challenge, but you can have the green bike lane. I don't know if you've probably seen pictures of those where they paint the bike lane, so it's really obvious to everybody that that's there for the bikes. You can even add to that a 3 to 4 foot striped buffer, and then really enhance the pedestrian environment as well, plenty of shade, and just create a really nice long north-south corridor to get people, at least, you know, from the Estrella area up to almost the northern border. Some of the other things that we are looking at are not just the bike, but the pedestrian. Some of them would be planning policies that could be added to when planners are working with the developers, that as pedestrians are using either the arterial or collector street system, when they get to, say, the Target Center, then they've got to weave their way through the parking lot. So working with the developments to really create nice environments so that people really will, go from the bus, walk a quarter mile, go to the store, and they can get there without having to, cross traffic too much. I think there are a lot of other little details, but that's the bulk of what we're looking at right now. Any questions? Yes.
One thing, when we were talking about the non-motorized bike lanes as a committee, that was brought up was, at what age is a child allowed to ride a bike on a street that has a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, which several of our streets right now do? And of course, education-wise, we can encourage the helmets and stuff like that. But at what age is the transportation department saying that a child can get on a bike and just ride, say, down Bullard from Yuma to Van Buren?
We haven't really explored that specific question, but we can.
As we continue to build the system, it's going to be important that we put in place something, because the last thing we want is cars swerving or hitting kids that are 8 years old, and really, I don't think their minds are developed to a point where they can make rational decisions for themselves. But on the other hand, a 16-year-old or 15-year-old prior to getting a driver's license could be, but I just wondered if that was anything that you were looking into.
That question had not come up, but we can look at that. Part of the education program, that would be kind of a separate study, but one of the components of a good education program is the actual law enforcement side, that you decide what those rules are and really work with the police department to enforce them, so that people do kind of know what the rules are and know that there are ramifications. So that would certainly be something that we could add in there, that part of that education program would be looking at what age.
Does our transportation plan, or is there a city ordinance at this time that covers lights after dusk and that type of thing? I know the East Valley has laws in some of their cities that you have to have a headlight that shines out so many feet, and you have to have at least a flashing tail light. I see a lot of riders after dusk wearing black and riding bikes with no lights. Those are all issues in the non-motorized, I think.
Right.
Transportation needs to address.
I think one of the ways that we could do that is through the master plan, again, where Katie was talking about explore policies to promote child safety and using these roads, and I think that would be a way that the plan could do it. I don't think that the plan is going to, I don't know that the city even wants, it's that area of flexibility again, where before they kind of decide it, let the council decide it, but let the plan say, this is something we need to do. So I think that would be a good way for you guys to approach that. Sure. And I think that's also important, I don't, you're coming up, when we hit on January 6th, transportation, I think that's also a good recommendation to recommend to bring into the general plan discussion on January 6th. I'm beginning to push a little
No,
harder
that's fine.
toward 8:30.
To answer Chuck's question, the issue of lights after sunset and before sunrise is state law. It does not have to be a city law. It's already on the books. I do have a couple of quick easy questions, if you mind. Have you looked at Portland, Oregon, and their practices and policies? If you haven't, that would be a good place to research. They are excellent, exceptionally good at handling cyclists and roadway development. So, a suggestion for you.
Okay.
The other thing is,
We did look in that information, and some of the recommendations that we're looking at are the things that they are looking for in their application process, like an education program and those kinds of items. So we will kind of help tie those two together in the draft.
Are there any other comments about transportation?
Just real quick, Pima County, Tucson actually has a advocacy, cycle advocacy and safety program already established, so that would be a good benchmark to kind of look at as well.
Okay.
Any thought about pathways that golf carts could use? You've got a huge community, and if there was a way in which they could, utilize that transportation to get to even the local markets and so forth. It's a crying need. I hear it every time, at every meeting that we have.
You're saying those on-street, kind of street legal golf cart use? Okay, so that's something that you could look at, or?
We can certainly look at it. It's a challenge, obviously, the competing interests on the non-motorized system, but looking at the street, there's also the safety issues related to the street. Certainly something.
But when that new mall is built, it's right next to 7,000 people.
5,000 includes right
And
there.
5,000 golf carts, yeah.
That's a great point.
And also any timeline for light rails coming into Goodyear.
Right now, the I-10 West extension is being considered, and they're looking at extending it as far as 79th Avenue, but it may also just extend to the Capitol. And Goodyear is really reliant on connecting into that regional system, so it's really a matter of looking and watching what happens with that, and seeing where it goes. That's really at the mercy of the region with regard to that.
Before, Darren, you want to kind of give us any kind of,
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll mention is we can cover everything that's been done to date so far. On the transportation committee, I think we have a good group of folks represent the various topics that are covered. Everybody pretty well knows that I prefer transit and bicycle as an advocate. And also there are people that understand and know the issues about the truck travel, how the trucks operate, and do deliveries through LA, Mexico, and so forth. I think they're well represented. And also those that have the pedestrian interests as well. I think we're looking forward to seeing recommendations that come out of this plan. But I do see a lot of them already kind of captured in here. So I think the process seems to be working well hand in hand. And I'd like to report, I guess next month, on the meeting, it goes on Monday, but I won't be able to attend Monday, so hopefully somebody else that's can report on that meeting, I guess February.
and, Darren, I'm so glad you brought that up. So, we hear a lot of big issues mentioned here: bikes, peds, transit, local circulators, truck routes, ridge crossings, big changes in traffic volumes. So if any of those are important topics that you think we need to think about as we read through the general plan can support or provide, big picture guidance to this master plan. So write those ideas down so that when we go around the table at the end of the meeting and make our last additions to the review list, we make sure we get on there. Any other comments or questions?
Clarify, is that Cerebral, you said you're talking about that in a proposal?
Well, just looking at, we were looking for a route that would complement the other north-south off-street, and that would kind of give it almost like a 2-mile from east to west. And it would just kind of be in the street where you would really promote non-motorized. I mean, it would still be vehicular. It wouldn't, because it is an arterial, and it wouldn't, be a bike boulevard or anything, but maybe really promoting, everything you could throw at bike and ped to make it the best, try it there and just see if it could really. The other routes would be Van Buren and McDowell, but they would have a little different twist on them, but those would also be a focus of non-motorized because those are also transit corridors in the future.
Any more questions? Okay, so thank you so much. And again, if things occur to you afterwards, or David, can they email you? So feel free to either email David or Katie with ideas or questions. And I just want to, again, thank you guys for coming out. Great
Thank you.
Before we quickly roll on to the next presentation, and we have the Parks Master Plan consultant come in, and before I introduce again the Director of Parks and Recreation Department, I want to apologize because we also have another person that you may not have met from the Community Development Department, who's the new Deputy Community Development Director. And his name is Hector Tapia, and he's going to be assisting and backing up Sherry. And so I just want to give Hector introduce you to the General Plan Committee. He's going to be the guy that really watches the implementation of this document. And also, do you want to say a few words? And please forgive me for not introducing you earlier. I'm really very bad.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, today is my second day in the job. Like I mentioned, it's going to be very interesting to see the development of the plan over time and be able to implement it in the next 20 years. So right now you're building the foundation. If something can happen in the future. It's very critical right now you provide your ideas and comments and Katie can put them down. And then at the end, our job will be to implement it in the future. So put your comment down and let us know.
You'll also make us read the applications before they deny it, right? Okay, so with that,
Just make sure we get the money.
with that, we're going to move on to a presentation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. First, what I'm going to do is introduce Nathan Torres, who's the Director of the Parks and Recreation Department, and then the consultant for the master plan is Planet, who is me. And so I'll give a presentation after Nathan. You want to say a few words after Nathan says a few words?
Just real quickly, I know it's getting late, but I want to thank you for having us here today. Again, my name is Nathan Torres. I am the Parks and Recreation Director, and it's good to see some familiar faces here. Brandon, Mark, Deb, Jessica, just to name Chuck. But anyway, we're pleased with where we're at with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. This tonight, basically, we're now, Plan Ed's in the process of bringing all the information that they've collected from community meetings, from surveys, from review of existing conditions within our park system, and of course, taking some feedback from the General Plan Committee as well, and in addition to our Parks and Recreation Commission. So today, you'll see some of the main objectives coming together, as well as some opportunities for Parks and Recreation. So, again, thank you for bearing with us tonight, and I'd like to introduce, put your other hat on, our Parks and Recreation consultant and expert, Leslie Dornville.
Okay, so. All right. I made this presentation short because I knew we'd be at the end of the night. So please feel free to ask me any questions, or if you feel I'm leaving things out, feel free. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan started pretty close to the same time as the Transportation Master Plan, and we're actually pretty much on the same track. As Nathan said, right now we're at the point of kind of pulling it together, and literally I go back after this and write more on the plan. Here's a list of some of the tasks we've completed to date through the planning process, but what I really want to focus on is the amount of public involvement that we did. And one of the things that we did that you might have seen was the survey that we distributed through SurveyMonkey. And we got over 200 responses back to that survey, so it was really helpful. And we really learned a lot about what the community felt was important, what facilities they felt they needed. And what was most interesting about the survey is it really did back up some of the public involvement that we did. Like the Transportation Master Plan folks, we were at if you remember, at the 3 general plan meetings in the beginning. We had a community forum on Parks and Recreation. It was attended by about 30 people. We had focus group meetings where we met with a variety of Parks and Recreation users, and over a day and a half, and people within the city and within the Parks and Recreation Department talked about key issues. And we also, and we've also been meeting regularly with the Parks and Recreation Commission to keep them updated. I just wanted to remind you of the framework that's in your general plan. You'll be reading about it. But basically, there's 3 big areas that we're addressing that are really general plan focused. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan, again, a lot like the Transportation Master Plan, it's an operational document. So there's a lot of stuff in that plan that deals with administration, fee setting, things that really aren't appropriate, the level of detail for the general plan. But some of the big general plan picture items are, one, the parks and the park system, what those parks look like, the trails and how they connect us to open spaces and resources within the community, and cultural arts. So those are the three big topics, and some of you may or may not know, the city has a cultural arts coordinator now that works with the Arts and Culture Commission that's housed in the Parks Department. So that's an important program area that they're beginning to develop. These are, These are some of the, just as a summary, some of the priorities that, somehow that slide jumped, that came out in the Parks Master Plan. But again, in terms of parks, facilities, and programs, and I'll be talking through them a little bit more in this presentation. But to kind of cut to the chase quickly, we are recommending 1 to 2 new parks. We're recommending that the Bullard Wash be completed between the I-10 and the river. And we're recommending that the city build a community center. We're not necessarily saying it go in a park because there's a lot of limits on how we fund parks now, and so we're looking at how we can leverage a partnership with that community center, potentially working with other entities that may be in the city, but also how that community center can address some of the programmatic needs that communities talk with us about. So I'll just quickly now go through parks and park facilities. The way I've formatted this is to talk a little bit about what we know, what we learned from the public process, and then what we're suggesting. The big issue that we've learned with City of Goodyear Parks is that you've got a couple things going on. One is that some of your parks were built and dedicated to the city by developers, and sometimes the standards that they built to aren't the standards that the city might have chosen to build to if they built those parks themselves. And over time, with a lot of use, those parks present challenges. Another challenge with some of the private parks, they're smaller parks. They may not have fields. Some of the facilities may be getting obsolete. Their configuration may be difficult. Some of them don't provide parking. An example that I might give you is a park that is Portales Park, right? Portales, I always forget that name. Portales Park, and you may know it's right near the Portales development. It's a large open space area. There's no parking. There's virtually no access. So for the city to use that land to build a field, they'd have to put fields in the floodplain because they have to keep the parking high and dry. So we're really looking at ways to use some of these areas and also to set in place guidelines for the future so that as we get land or as parks are built, they're the kinds of parks that people really can use and really benefit the city. Another...
So I just got a real question. I mean, that was reflective of really some of the old park policies.
We're not saying it's the developer's fault.
No, I'm just saying, but the issue I always had with the parks and open space thing, it was always a quantitative measure. It was, you must have X open space. It was never a qualitative measure. And are you going to get to that?
In fact, it's a great thing you brought up. And one of the things we're recommending in the plan is that there are some revisions to some of the ordinances to look at that,
right,
but also that the Parks Department have on board someone that can provide guidance as these subdivision plans come through to talk with the developer to make sure what's being proposed works, that the standards are right for the Parks Department, and that there's a higher level of coordination. We're also recommending that that goes the same with the Streets Department, because there are lots of trails in city right-of-way that aren't really being built to a standard that Parks Department might necessarily want. And so it's really been a question of the city. It was small, and you guys, you're exploding. You exploded, you're exploding, and in the case of Parks and Rec, we're doing a lot of catch-up. And I think administratively, some of the review skills just weren't there, and the department relied on others that may not have really, they did a great job, but they really may not have had an overall consistent set of standards to review too. So as a result, we have some of these challenges there now. We're trying to kind of, as we go forward, address some of those gaps.
Because in the past, it's just been, you have to have X,
right,
and then as opposed to, well, yeah, but I don't have X, can I provide, X minus Y, but I'm going to provide you 24-hour facilities, so you can use that 24 hours. Because a lot of the old parks never had lights.
Right, that's a big issue. It's a big issue. That's exactly right.
So, if you want to play soccer at,
right,
6 o'clock in the evening, when it's 100 degrees, have at it. But
right,
other than that, out of luck.
That's exactly right, and that is a big issue with fields. So,
or as an example, I mean, many of our like pocket park type areas that have little playgrounds, but it didn't have shading.
Right, yeah.
It wasn't required.
So now it is, but.
Right, and those are things that absolutely are in the standard.
One of the other things is that the two larger parks, the community parks, which are parks where, the way we look at parks is a neighborhood park is a place that you go for really individual activities or very small group activities. You might go with a friend to a neighborhood park, or your family might go to a neighborhood park. But if you're going to have a team event, if you're going to have 20 or 30 people, that you begin to get into community park kind of level. You need parking, you need restrooms, you need those kinds of things. That's a community park. The city's community parks are right now the far north and south ends of the developed area, and there are no community parks between the Gila River and the I-10. No community parks. So one of the things that the plan is looking to do is as the city grows, and most of the growth, or not, well, 60% of the growth is, or 50% is really in that river to I-10 area, we want to add some more parks into that area in the future so we can begin to equalize access to those parks. Again, I'm going fast. Here's the survey that we sent out, and I call it an informal survey because it's not statistically significant. What we did is we put it out on SurveyMonkey. We advertised it through Goodyear's Connect, but we also advertised it through email blasts to park users. Our thinking was that people that use parks have the most to say about them. And so what we found in the survey was people want parks in central Goodyear between the I-10 and the Gila River. That's the highest rated thing. Building new parks, but also interesting, kind of right up there with it, is natural open spaces and really recognizing those around the city, adding open spaces in other areas. And then some of the other big topics were youth tournaments. One of the things that we learned through the focus groups is, the most conglomeration of fields we have is Goodyear Community Park, and I think that's only three fields, right? 3 fields together. And when you have these leagues come together at night, they need several fields to rotate their different teams around on them. There's really nowhere in Goodyear to do that. And the fields at the ballpark are not, they're grown-up fields. You can't use them if you're youth. So the city right now is very field challenged, and other communities around the city really don't have a lot of fields. Avondale has soccer fields, but according to our user groups that we've spoken with, to get on those fields at Friendship Park is virtually impossible. So we're really struggling right now with providing those larger active spaces for the community. Now we use the parking areas at the ball field for soccer, but those aren't lit, and they're also down during spring training, which is when everybody really wants to be outside running around playing soccer. So that's one of the kind of big park and facility issues that we came up against, and that's somewhat reflected in this survey. So here was the goal. We want to provide for parks and park facilities that meet current anticipated needs, and I put this one up in particular because what we've done in the master plan is, I don't know if you remember in the very beginning we talked about the kinds of parks we want to see in neighborhoods and in scenic areas and industrial areas. That guidance is in the parks master plan, and it led the development of the standards for parks. So I just wanted you to know that there really has been a lot of connection there between those two things, and that also came out in some of these other things. So I don't know if you can see that well, but the left side is currently what you have at parks, and then if you look at the gold stars, those are really the generalized areas, not the specific locations, the general areas. I cannot say that word loudly enough or longly enough. That we are trying to, what we're suggesting that parks would probably be good in.
The gold ones,
The
right?
gold
Right.
stars, the gold stars. The green stars are parks that we already have. And generally you can see more or less how people are served or how that distributes access evenly throughout the community for those parks. So that's our general, again I use that word, suggestion for new parks. This is a brain damage slide, but what I also just put it up there to show you is the standards that we're suggesting for various types of parks. You'll notice on the far left-hand side there's a category called urban plaza. That's something that I'm still cooking on right now. As I said, the plan is in process. But we're trying to create these more mixed-use areas. Think of the city center. That's another kind of a park that we're suggesting be introduced into the community, as well as the concept of neighborhood, community, and district parks. We're also recommending another category of parks be added called the special use park. That park, for example, could be if we ever had the railroad park come. That might be a special use park if it weren't integrated into a larger regional park, or actually what I'm calling a citywide park. I decided to change that name from district. A parks. What I really want to point out here is what we're suggesting in these community parks is that there's a minimum of 4 ball fields so we can begin to get some of those leagues and those tournaments, and also a minimum of 4 multi-use fields, and everything is lit. We're also suggesting some courts and other smaller ramadas, shaded top lots and play areas, all that other kind of stuff. One of the other things that we're recommending is that if you are on a trail, your park is adjacent to a trail, it has a trailhead, or if you're within a quarter of a mile from a trail, we create that trail link. Because we want parks to be on the trail system, we want them to be accessible by non-motorized means. The neighborhood parks, we're suggesting that those be developed through private development. There are some standards in there now that define neighborhood parks. We're talking about you want picnic areas. We'd like to see some parking on street maybe associated with them because that's become a problem. I don't know if any of you have been to, I think it's Wildflower South in the afternoon when they're using that field, that front field for soccer. That neighborhood is parked up. So, you know, there does need to be some acknowledgement that these parks, if they're going to provide somewhat larger facilities, and that park also reflects the field shortage issue, but that we want to provide some parking as well. This is also just to give you an idea of where Goodyear stands with regards to other parks. One of the things that we do when we do parks plans is we look at the community that we're in and we compare them to similar communities. And the reason we do that is kind of twofold. One is, you know, when we're trying to develop standards, you just don't want to kind of pull them out of your ear. But the other, so the benchmark standards give us an idea of a bracketing that a community can use to establish standards for its own parks facilities. That bracketing also helps us because if, let's say, you know, somebody comes up to us and says, gosh darn it, there are no fields in Goodyear, and we looked at the standards and we had way more fields than all the benchmark communities, we might say to ourselves, well, maybe it's a resource allocation issue, maybe this person has unreasonable expectations. It would help us look, you know, understand where to look. In the case of Goodyear, what the goal is the highest level of service. And you'll see, for example, that you've got a lot of amphitheaters. You rate very high with regards to baseball, but that's because we counted in that all of the fields that are publicly accessible at the Goodyear ball field. When you take those out, you go quite low. You've got more dog parks, frankly, than you need. You've got 2 for your population. We're not recommending more dog parks. Your skate park is a regional asset, and it's a really good asset, but you are high. I mean, you provide a high level of standard. However, over the next 10 years, as you grow, you know, you may want to think about how you want to adjust that. And the other things is you do very well with tot lots because they're in all of your parks. But really, with regards to most other facilities, fields and courts, you're not at that benchmark high. You're either in the middle or towards the bottom. And again, partly that reflects, as Todd said, this lack of a real clear policy and a real clear set of goals that you're building to. But again, we're working to address that in the plan. So in terms of facilities, this is just what we're recommending. We're recommending lots of fields and parks in summary. We're recommending a few new courts. We are recommending that there is a community center built. I mean, that's really needed. And the other thing that we're recommending and I would say the very long term and potentially even outside the range of this plan is a new pool. You've got the pool at the Southwest Valley YMCA. It's a phenomenal pool. You actually pay that Southwest Valley YMCA every year because Goodyear felt that with many other communities in the valley, this was an amenity the community could use, and the community does use it. But like just about every other facility, the Southwest Valley has grown so much, we're growing out of the Y. Also, the Y's gym is inadequate. The Y acknowledges that as well, and they've been working to expand that gym. They're struggling with it, but we feel that by providing a community center, that would really provide the local assets that the community wants. I'm just kind of trying to go fast. See, there was the park consistency. There's your little goal right there. I wasn't lying to you. This is programs. You know, one of the things in parks planning is programs drive facilities. Programs, we did it in the survey, one of the questions, and I give Nathan a lot of credit for this question, it's a great question, was we asked people responding to the survey, have you made new friendships as a result of participating in city programs? And it was astounding, but well And so it really proves that Parks and Recreation is something that binds community. And the programs in Parks and Recreation are what bring people together. That's where you meet your neighbors, that's where your neighbors' kids meet your neighbors' kids. It's where you might do something like go to a kitchen and become educated about cooking healthy, which is something the commission recommended happens as part of the community center. It's how you can go and work out. It's all of those things. You can take senior education classes, trips that are organized by the Parks and Recreation Department, bring people together across these subdivisions. It's really critical to community. So here's the list of the kinds of programs and things that people wanted from the survey, and I can tell you it's long. But what I would point out that I think were cool things is aquatics, again, the pool, fitness, wellness, community events were really, really important. And I might say when we looked at the participation numbers, those numbers have been going through the roof from year to year. Senior performance activities, visual arts came out high, adult education came out high, arts came out high, youth, adult, regular. Aquatics came out high, and ball fields. So those are some of the kinds of important types of things that folks wanted. And by the way, we have a really thick existing conditions report that will do better than any, Ambien will ever do for you. And we're just about done going through the proof process. So all of this data is in there in spades. You're welcome to see it. And so the way the city provides these programs, like I said, they're linked to facilities, is it has to decide what facilities it wants to build to house what program. And so it's sort of a chicken and an egg situation, because, for example, right now the city is invested in a skate park and in a pool, right? So those are things that we're paying money to maintain every year. We've made an investment in them. We want to use them. So the programs that might come out of those facilities are things that the city really should take a lead on. However, the city doesn't have I'm trying to think of something, a climbing wall. So right now, providing rock climbing might not be something the city wants to take a lead on. But if there was a huge public outcry for rock climbing, maybe the city would want to be a partner in those programs. So this list says, here are the programs the city should take a lead on. We should really offer these program areas, even if we can't do it with a partner. The next row would be programs we think we should create partnerships to offer. And then the last one are, you know what, let's rely on someone else to do that. We can advertise the program, maybe they can operate the program out of our facility, but we're not going to invest our capital into that program. We're going to rely on that program to be invested with another capital. The one thing I want to point out is special needs is one of those programs. And the reason that program area is in that category is not that the city doesn't already do special needs programs. Huh?
It's state funding reasons?
It's not even state funding, but that's kind of the answer, is that there are so many other entities that do those programs that the city supports them and works with them and encourages them, but they're not going to be the lead on it. But they actually do, and it was a long discussion that we had at the Parks and Recs Commission, they do have an area of that kind of programming. They do address those needs, but they really feel that that's a partner role and they will support those partners. I'm going as fast as I can. So I am not going to belabor this, but this is sort of the facilities to support the kinds of programs people want that we're recommending. And I think it's just good to read this list. The Multi-Gen Center, we want it to include a fitness area. We think it needs to have a commercial kitchen that came out, some community room space that can be used for plays or for arts events, and classroom space. We really need a multi-field complex. And we really need to have those square fields and the diamond fields, ball fields, soccer fields. We want to use, right now, the idea of building a performing arts center unto itself is very financially challenging. And someone talked about realistic. So we're not saying go ahead and build a Mesa Arts Center. But what we are saying is have a very robust arts programming component. And Parks and Rec has already started doing that. I think they bring people to shows at this point, am I right? And they've arranged art fairs. So there's that kind of observing arts, but also there's the active cultural arts programming as well. We know that you have a new library that is opening in a month. But frankly, as you grow, you're going to need another library. And so that's something that we've identified as something that should happen. We're suggesting you continue to work with the county to do that. Pool, we've already talked about. And then also the other thing that we think is really important is making sure that you provide connections to all of the open space resources that surround your community. And I'll be talking about that in a second. So now I'm going to talk about it. There was a second. So the trails and open space system that we have is you already have a very robust trails network in your current general plan. A lot of it hasn't been built because partly it's built by private development, part of it's been funded. But when we were developing the trails network, what we realized is you've already got a lot of in-place resources that these trails can provide some great connections to. So this next series of slides just begins to show you some of those connections. And this is really supporting the general plan goal as well of kind of this open space, natural environment recognition. So right now, what you're looking at is the city, and the darker area is what's incorporated, and then the big line is your planning area. This is BLM land. Okay, that's Bureau of Land Management land. Now, some of that land in the south, the BLM can trade, but the bulk of that land is land that's already owned by the public that they're not really planning on doing anything with. But in South Goodyear, some of those parcels are trade parcels.
Leslie, for reference purposes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, is there like an arrow? Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. Okay, so here's the Gila River. Okay, here's the I-10. This area is mobile. MC85, I think, is like around here. 238, I'm sorry. This is Maricopa, right over here. This would be Estrella Mountain Park right up in here. That gives you an idea of kind of where we are. Does that help? Okay. So this blue land is state land. State land's important to know, and the state has that land to develop it. So that's land that is developable. This is the Estrella Mountain Wilderness Area. This is also Bureau of Land Management owned. It's wilderness area in perpetuity. These are all your 100-year floodplains and your washes. So you can see here, where's that arrow? Gila River. This is Waterman Wash here. And I'm really bad with the names, so I'm sorry, but there's some other significant washes that you can see. And these are big boy washes. So it's likely that if development were to occur, they'd probably not want to channelize these because of the work and the cost, but they'd probably leave them as open space. Well, all right, he might want to channelize.
Well, the farmers have done a pretty good job
of breaking
narrowing
narrowing
it down, so they're not very redeeming when you think of a wash.
Right. Some of them are. These are the bigger ones, yeah. The green area is the Sonoran Desert National Monument. So again, that's open space in perpetuity. That's a presidentially designated set of open space. That's Estrella Mountain Park. That's the, I'm sorry, the first orange was the Gila River Indian Community. That green is the Estrella Mountain Wilderness Area. Please forgive me. So this is Gila River Indian Community, Estrella Mountain Wilderness Area. These are your existing parks, so you can sort of see how they rest on that network of open spaces. These are proposed wildlife quarters that the BLM has. There's your trails network. I think that's, and then what we tried to do here is just highlight the big boy trail, the backbone system. So what you can see here is you've got what we're proposing in the plan is a trails network that really helps you bring together all these existing open spaces and helps you recognize that. And the reason we think it's important to put in the plan is especially in the southern area, not a lot of people go down there because it's not that easy to go down there. But as you grow, beginning to recognize these already public areas will just help you plan and understand the opportunities that some of those scenic neighborhoods might have and some of the options for accessing open space. The 303, or the Sonoran Parkway, I guess it was, right, Laura? Sonoran Parkway? That's it, right? The Sonoran Parkway that Laura talked about, or Michael talked about, comes down this way. So you can begin to see the importance of providing those wildlife connections because it really, if we didn't think about that now, when that road got built, those animals would be kind of jammed up. And if you remember, just about everything but mule deer is documented to go through those corridors, so they're pretty cool. So that's another part of the plan. And then priorities, which I stuck up front. We asked people what they thought was important, and you can see, building a multi-gen center, expanding the trail system, aquatics, open spaces. That was sort of, that left-hand column says that those things were, that was the percent that people, picked as their top 4. But as you can just see, the next set of columns shows you what was people's first, second, and third choice. It's kind of a myriad of colors. But the reds are the highest ranked, and then the browns would sort of be things that were below 10% of the respondents. And that's the open space plan in a total nutshell. Any questions? Huh? Oh my gosh, and Deb, who has been in every single Parks and Recreation Committee meeting. Yeah, you have. And it's been an amazing person. Do you want to add anything to that?
Just that there's been a good crosstalk between the general plan and Parks and Rec. Katie's been there to update the commissioners, and the commissioners are great. They have a lot of questions, and they're really very thorough. So that's it.
Any other questions of Nathan or me? Okay, so before you leave, because I know it's 5 after 9, are there any things that you want to add to the review list? No? Do you have any closing words for the good of the order, sir?
Keep working hard.
Happy holidays, everybody. We'll see you in January.
Meeting adjourned.
She wasn't there your first meeting.
You would know. Only you know who were there.
I know. No, it's until Hector. Well, your first day in Mexico, your second day in
Oh, you're thinking of it. And I was thinking about that.
I can't tell that yet.
When we get in the park,
Oh, wait.
and down was off away from the, I don't know that we ever turned them off. To be honest with you.
Yeah, the sound comes well here.
Actually, my name's Chuck Watson.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How I deal with Sherry and with Bobby is I run the Graffiti Buster program,
Oh, really?
and we're under economical development now.
Oh, okay.
Development services. So.
Yeah.
That's how I see them so often. But it hasn't been too bad.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, my office is right next door.
Oh, is it?
Right there, next to Sherry's office.
Right where you're at. Drop off paperwork once in a while, and I'm trying to get you folks along. You got a lot to do.
Yeah, thank you for helping on this. Any properties? Jerry, any properties?
This just goes next door.
Or on the street?
Here, this isn't wrong with mine. We've got handy closet for planning.
It would be great, I mean,
The TV channel we have is Cox, so you only people on Cox can see us, which is unusual. And somehow or other Cox knows it. There's a few fringe areas, they have, technical boundaries.
Right, yeah.
So there's a few fringe areas. But because not all the residents.
That'll stay. Yeah, facility staff will come in and clean up the tables.
I mean, I say that, but having worked in the back, everybody wants the equestrian trail, not just close to their backyard, but still, important. Yeah, it's short, very simple, but I've been there, so I know that the dance, I think I would have. I learn stuff every day, like, really? Thank you.
I'll be happy to
Thank you.
work with you.
Okay, we got a deal.
Yeah.
I am so sorry for not introducing you sooner, so please.
That's fine, that's fine.
Oh, so you just went on. It was a lot to cover. We're getting there, and I'm wondering if maybe it's not like an chapter about what the parks are. I'm not sure, you there when the planning and plan? Right after.
Just finished
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, certainly, by January.
There's gonna be a cable. When Katie said to me, then the Harry, the first thing I said to my dad was,
yeah, the culture is, I mean, from big rock and roll, commercial industry.
all right, well then it's okay then if I.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, okay, thank you, thank you. Again, I'm sorry to do that. Holidays, yeah, you will see me soon. That's going on. Now I gotta go back and work for Nathan then, back to the slate, whatever.
So the question is just.
Good night.
It's coming together. It's coming together nicely.
I love it when a plan comes together, right?
Probably going so far.